Okay, I think we're live now. Welcome to Force 13 UK and Ireland live. I'll turn the camera around, you'll be able to see me for a brief moment. Hello, my name is Nathan Foy, here in the hot seat as usual. We are currently in Macclesfield in East Cheshire, on the foot of the central Pennines, and we are getting borderline snow here right now. 2 degrees Celsius presently, coming in from the western side. It was very briefly full snow, and now it is sort of sleety snow kind of stuff. We're going to head to Buxton, which is down the road here ahead of us, 11 miles down. It's probably going to be snowier there. I briefly captured a little bit of this current snow that we're getting. It's sort of snow, it's wet, very wet at this time, but as I mentioned, it's hovering around 1 or 2 Celsius. And whilst we're going along, I'm also going to get little bits for my from my other cameras as well. I know it's night time, so visibility might be poor at times. And that was just a brief pause there whilst I shot a little bit of raw video. You probably can't see it so well, but there is tons of very, very fine particles coming down. That's what we've got right now, and we're going to head on towards Buxton immediately, which is up here through some hills, so it could get quite snowy. There's no accumulations on the ground that I've seen so far, and hopefully we do get there without any breaks in the signal. I don't know how we will do for signal, bearing in mind we are near the Pennines and where we go times. We are on the move. We're heading eastwards into the hills to Buxton. Stuff. I think at this point it is pretty much snow here, but of course the ground is wet, so it will take a good while for it to start sticking, if it does at all here. Of course, further up these hills it will be colder and possibly below freezing already, so we may already have some accumulation starting up further on up this hill. This road that I can't away, so I can't remember all of its bends. We're going to take it nice and slow. Clearly not slow enough. The car behind me even more cautious. He almost stopped on that last bend. And certainly a lot of it coming down here. When we have that full beam on, you get to see it better. I tried to chase with we use them, very good at night. Press on with this coverage. We're now at 0 degrees, so we're at freezing now as we continue up this hill. Once again, the signal will be as we continue along here. It's a rural area, and I can hear the wind. see. Pretty dismal conditions up here on the approach to Buxton. It is -2, and we have got very dense, it's not very thick, it's very fine particles. And whilst there's no traffic behind me, I'm just going to snatch a little bit. I mean, this is probably fog more than anything. Find my equipment. It looks like we've got signal, so I'm pleased about that. It's been an atrocious ascent up the hill trying to get the signal. But it is definitely snowy and cold up here at -2 degrees. And I certainly don't feel like I want to be up this hill for a particularly long time, because this is going to get worse. Although it probably looks worse than it is because it's fog. There's a blue light up ahead. I wonder if that's an emergency service vehicle or someone. Or is it just a blue light? This is actually fog made to look worse here, but certainly there is quite a lot of snow coming down. Some of it is sticking, most of it is sticking. We are -2 up here. We were of course in Macclesfield at the start of this before we lost signal. I had it on good authority that the signal would hold, but it clearly didn't. It was much more sleety, very wet snow at best in Macclesfield. It was still above freezing. We're going to find out shortly what it's like in Buxton. Look at the visibility though, really poor. We're clearly in the clouds, that's why. And it can often be like this up in these areas. So those who are still watching, thanks for bearing with us. Hopefully we keep the signal for a while longer now. We've also got our roof cam back in Greater Manchester, where it's probably not going to snow. I gotta tell you, it's probably not going to snow there at this point anymore, or if it does, it definitely won't stick. It's mostly rain back at my place, where it was 4 degrees when I left. It was 3.9 still when I left at 5:30. So it certainly looks like those urban areas in Greater Manchester aren't really going to get a snowy experience, but we talk about those hills near Bolton and Bury, they're probably going to get conditions like this. And of course all of the Pennines into the North York Moors, Yorkshire Dales, all those areas, and North Wales as well. Keep watching North Wales because it might be raining now. I don't know what your conditions are, but around Wrexham and that kind of area into Conwy, it's probably going to be very heavy snow for you later tonight. Same too for large parts of Yorkshire. Looks like we're exiting that cloud now. Could probably go a little bit faster, but we're going to keep it real slow here. there's still quite a lot of green on the grass. It's sort of half and half at the minute. So we're not talking about, at least I think it is. Maybe there are some accumulations actually, it's hard to tell. Let me just put the roller window down, let you know. I mean, there's a lot of thick grass here, so quite a lot of it does come through. It's still mostly, it is getting quite white now, but accumulation still can't be that much really at all. But obviously that will increase, especially here because we are below freezing. This is guaranteed to get snowier, at least on these hills here near Buxton. So we're gradually dropping down into Buxton. Try and drive back again, but I think because hang around for a while. Again, it's a very hilly area, so we will lose signal here and there. Going down this hill, some sharp bends on it as well. Go as fast as you dare, which isn't really very fast for obvious reasons. You can see some more lights down there, so I think we're descending into Buxton now, and I expect we'll start to see the temperature rise again, currently at -2, although from what we've seen so far, very fine snow particles. And we're in the clouds just then, visibility improving now, we can see a lot more as we start dropping down again. No one's been behind me this whole time. Now we get to see how it looks on the town streets under the street lights, so I might be able to see a little bit more now. And I can see a lot of vehicles over there covered in snow. Once again, this is Buxton in the, it's not quite in the Peak District, but it's in the Pennine area. I think it's Derbyshire now, I can't quite recall. As you can see, the streets are very quiet. I know we've pretty much reached the end of the rush hour, but the streets are definitely quiet. Buxton is pretty much in a valley, so we might start to see this turn to rain again shortly. But it's certainly snow here. The centre of Buxton's still a little way down this slope. But I might, yeah, I'm going to take a right here onto this beaver, which will cut around the south side of the town and probably higher up in elevation, so we'll hop over onto this turn off here. When we get a green light. You can send in your comments and questions live, by the way. Certainly when I've stopped, and when I'm able to read your comments, you can send them in. Start your message with Force 13 UK Ireland, and it will come through to me here. Also with me, I've got a tape measure in case we can measure some of the snow accumulations, if we get some significant accumulations here. But right now I would say it's not really very dense yet. We're talking millimeters. Road, it says until when is it supposed to snow up here? It depends exactly where you are. For this region it will be all night, I'm pretty sure, and in almost all cases, of course, it's going to get colder throughout the night. So in most places that are raining right now, or many places, rain will turn to snow, and in some places where it's already snowing, it will get worse. West, the event will wrap up probably around 3 or 4 AM, and in the Yorkshire region and out further east it will be probably by morning. In this weather, says, will Redditch get any snow this week? Well, I don't think it will be tonight, even with that southward shift, but I would say that almost anywhere could be at risk of snow later in the week or at the weekend, and we're waiting for more concrete data on that. Thompson says, are we going near Merseyside or up to Preston? They were places that were possible on my chase plan. However, it doesn't look like I'll be up that way. I wouldn't have thought so. However, you could get bits of snow, but I think it's going to be mainly rain before the snow starts up. Of course, the hillier areas, and in that area we're talking about Rivington, Winter Hill, towards that direction, well, you might get some snow there, and there's plenty of course the Forest of Bowland further up in Lancashire as well. Certainly could get some snow up that way also, although it has trended down the further north you are. Like the Yorkshire Dales, they are expecting quite a lot. That has trended down a fair bit. So much so that we've downgraded our warnings for most of those areas up there. We upgraded the warnings for Derbyshire, however. That's where we are now. Once again, this is Buxton, where we currently are, on rather quiet streets. We're getting a fair amount of snow here, but all very fine snow. There's no big flakes, it's all very fine stuff. It is below freezing, so this is going to stick, -1. Signal's been okay whilst we've been here, however it is very poor on the hills, so we're going to have to be careful there. We may lose signal on various occasions here. Just stick with us when that happens. I'm being ushered on by a bus here behind me, so let's go left here back towards the town centre. I would go right, but I know that we have no signal of that black spot up there, so I'm not going to do it. We're going to stay around the Buxton area for a fair while here, I think. Sometimes the sensor on these wipers sucks. Sometimes it does it too little, sometimes it's too much. We've got a Christmas tree up there as well. That does look very nice actually in these conditions. I might go back and get a picture. There's another one actually up here. If we don't get any more snow around Christmas time, then might be nice. Gonna turn around. I was hoping I could actually stop somewhere here to get a picture. Oh, I guess not. You know, it's for my stock pictures collection, you know. Get a Christmassy one for that festive period fairly soon. And I'm not even getting out of my car. Still at -1 here. Hopefully we've retained the signal whilst we're sat here. That's like I lose sleep at night thinking about the signal. Whilst I'm stopped though, it's a good opportunity to take a look at some comments. We're live in Buxton right now, and there's a question from someone on the Force 13 handle. It's been maintained by a few people tonight. Why isn't it snowing in Hampshire? Well, it's still too warm in Hampshire at the moment. The cold wave is plunging southwards. It's on its way, but it's not cold enough for you yet. Ibby says it's snowing in Sheffield. And Conman in the comments there, they're at Wigan. I'm not far from Wigan. That's Force 13 HQ camera, 6 miles from Wigan. Let's see what else we've got. Not too much else at this time, but this is us here in Buxton right now. Sandwiched between a bunch of hills in the Pennines. The little locality that we're in on the way down here was Burbage. We're going to head back towards Burbage now. because it is quite a bit snowier up there, although it is a bit darker depending on how far you go. We're out in the countryside earlier where it was very, very foggy. It looked like a whiteout with snow, but it wasn't quite that. It was just like this, only that we're in clouds, so it looked like it was a whiteout, but it was just fog. Nonetheless, we have some pretty treacherous roads around here, windy and steep, and I'm sure they're going to cause problems if they don't get completely shut soon. We saw a police car on one of those roads, just monitoring, I assume, probably deciding when to close the road. Of course, the good thing is that disruption will be less, at least overnight, because it is night time. However, by morning it could be a slow start if it's still like this, which it may well be, if not here then in other places around the north of England, or indeed central England. I'd say that's quite brave. He's going towards Staley Bridge, and that goes up a few hills as well, that one. But again, I'm going to try and stay in places where the signal stays on, because obviously it's just an inconvenience if we don't keep the signal to everyone. But we hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. And feel free to let us know how conditions are in your neck of the woods. Drive back up towards that cloud base. The air, this is 8:53, just heading out Buxton again. So we're looking at this area. I would say North Wales is a dark horse to maybe get some significant snowfall accumulations tonight. Wrexham area, west of there. Sort of places that we were chasing actually in, I think it was 2023, early that year. We did some snow chasing over there in Wrexham and Llangollen. Those kind of areas again might get a fair amount of snow tonight. This road has been freshly treated, so that's good news. But you can already see as we continue to drive around, these accumulations are starting to increase a little bit more. Still not massive, but we're definitely getting considerable snow. I'm actually going to go left here on one of these streets right on the edge of town and just see how it looks up here, if it actually goes anywhere. It said it did on my map. Yes, it does. It looked like it was just going to end for a second there. It's impossible to see what the road markings now, whether you're supposed to give way or not. So we're in the negatives all around the Buxton area here. -1, -2 was the lowest I've clocked it so far, just on the hills nearby. once again, we're not talking huge snowflakes here. It is still very fine stuff. For most of the northwest, certainly the lower area, it's a lot of rain at the minute. Now it may turn to snow later, but that may mean that none of it will stick for you. Very loud wipers now. It is a bit of a shame. I'd venture further, just that a lot of these places are dead zones and we wouldn't be able to broadcast anything. We need to find a way to get around that issue. I don't know what the answer is. If anyone's a tech whiz in that area, get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you. Let's see if we can take a look at some more comments and questions right now. Start your message with Force 13 UK and Ireland. We are live here in Buxton. Yes, the ungodly noise was the windscreen wipers. There we go. It just doesn't know when to... Like I said, the sensor is just... Sometimes you get tons of water on the windshield and it still doesn't wipe. And then you get just before it was wiping when there was nothing to wipe, and that's why it was making an ungodly noise. So we're back to manual wipers like in the good old days of car driving. Alright, I'm just going to stop here and take a look at some more comments whilst we continue to watch that snow fall. Let's see what we've got here. A few people have been toing and froing in the chat. Light snow in Staley Bridge. That's an interesting comment there. Who knows, we might be in Staley Bridge later, the way that things might be turning. I don't know yet. And why is there no snow in Sarrett? Okay, Jack, we know who you are. Erodit says, how much would be the max accumulations for the hills? Well, modelling earlier in the week, or last week into this week, was suggesting that the accumulations would probably get somewhere near 10 inches, which is 50 centimetres, I'm pretty sure. And so that's on the hills, but in lower areas it'll obviously be much less. Jonesy says it's well, says it's showing, but maybe it's snowing in Runcorn. That would be a surprise to me if it actually is snowing in Runcorn. That might be a sign of things to come then, if it really is snowing there. The Grinch says it's raining in Cambridge. And moderate snowfall in Holmfirth, Huddersfield. And Big Shane said screen wash please. Well, it's -1, so I'm not sure the screen wash will work. But we don't need it. This is alright. 10 inches, yes, 25 centimetres. I always get those conversions wrong. 25 centimetres. Try and work in one or the other, but try and please everyone. I might have even got out at this point, but we're next to someone's house, so we're going to keep going. but I think we might go up to the top of the town again, and when we go up there I might venture out and show you what it looks like outside of the car. Where are we now? Oh, it's better to turn round, I think. Where can I turn round? That should be alright. Apologies if we're broadcasting your house to the world, but I've got to use your entranceway to turn around. So we're going to head back up there then now. You can see my tyre tracks there. We're going to go there where sure that light Millbrook in Staley Bridge. AD says Nottingham no snow, rain though. It will start like that for a lot of places tonight, I'm pretty sure of that. Once again, for those tuning in, this is Buxton on the edge of Derbyshire, I think it is. Those damn wipers at it again. But keep the observations coming. If you've got snow, I think everyone wants to know. If you have any other questions for us here, you can send them in live as well. I'll be picking up on chat every so often as I'm able to. It is a tricky job driving at the same time, so I try not to. I usually stop. Alright then, we're going to go back up towards the hills. Need a bit of a run up to this one, get up to the top of this one. No, it's not too bad at the minute. This is probably one of the highest streets in the town. Alright, I'm going to stop again here whilst we look at this snow and read another comment. One's come in from one of our team. What are the extent of weather warnings for snow and or ice? I'm not sure anymore. Lots of places are going to be getting very cold weather tonight though. Pretty much anywhere north of probably Stoke and Shrewsbury, you're going to get minuses tonight, I think. Unless it's snowing, where it might stay just above freezing. Certainly north of North Yorkshire, Cumbria, all of that, there's not going to be very much snow up there now, so except a few places. So as a general rule, you're going to be dropping quite steeply tonight, maybe -3, -4. Parts of Scotland, of course, will be very cold tonight, -5 in parts of the borders up towards Lanarkshire, and of course the Scottish Highlands, well, needs no introduction when it comes to this kind of weather. We're going to turn left now and go back up to the very top of this town, just where it ends, and we might get out and do something, I don't know. snow in Mansfield. Wipers. Just reaching 8 o'clock here. Apparently light snow in Barnsley. Simon says apparently. I assume you're not there, Simon. Light snow in Huddersfield. Not sticking, says D. When will London have snow? Good old London town. I have no idea, I'm afraid. It won't be this event. There might be an outside chance this weekend, but I've not checked it recently, so I don't actually know. Don't quote me on that. Going down there, I don't think. I just don't know if there'd be a signal there. We're going to stop here for the time being. We're on the edge of Buxton. We're a bit higher up, as you saw there. We're going up a pretty steep hill on the A53. And assuming we've still got, yeah, we've got nice coverage here. So I'm going to take you outside with me now for a little while and investigate the snow. That sounds lame. We'll see how things are going. And that means I'm putting my gloves on. And my hat, because it is -1. And I'm also going to get out my tape measure and see how thick the snow is so far, and I imagine the answer is not very much. We're still very early on in this event, to be honest. Most of this is going to be overnight. Just getting my gloves on. This is taking a long time, I know. You can see on that sign in front of me there's a fair bit racking up on that sign now as well. Alright, sticking my hat on. Winter woolies weather for sure, and I'm just trying to unsecure this camera. This also might take quite a while. This camera is screwed on very tightly. Spend a few minutes outside. It's a shame I didn't bring my I have a little head thing where you can strap the camera to your head. Unfortunately I didn't bring that with me. Okay, we are dismounted. And that was my phone. Okay, here I am, by the way. If you've not seen me yet, my name's Nathan Foy, here in the car, and we're going to go out and have a little look at what's going on. Probably not very much, but it is certainly a winter scene right now. This is the A53 near Buxton, looking south towards Leek in that direction, and back that way towards Buxton. And up that road is Harper Hill, according to that sign. But clearly we are getting quite a bit of a winter wonderland here. and the car did come up from this road just now, so I assume that the conditions are alright down there, but I think we might lose signal, so that's actually the reason that I'm not going that way. Did the light just turn off then? Oh, that was my car. I'm just going to hello again. I'm just going to go and grab the tape measure and see how thick it's getting on one of these surfaces here. Just making sure my phone is securely locked away in one of my pockets. Alright, hello again everyone. Let me just go and grab this. It is quite chilly, I can tell you that much. I'm just going to show you outside again whilst I go and grab this. Alright, let's try it on the bin. I doubt it's very much, but let's see how much snow we've got so far. It's over 1 inch. It is 1.5 inches so far. So there you go, actually is quite a fair amount. According to that bin, 1.5 inches so far here in Buxton, on the outskirts of Buxton. Probably less in town, because as we know, it's on Buxton lies in a valley. But certainly we are starting to get some significant accumulations. And it is deadly quiet as well, it's lovely. Feel free to send in your comments and questions live. And this is Force 13 UK and Ireland live. Looking around, probably a bad idea to walk on this road, which is very, very steep and slippery. There's my footprints. So far, probably 1.5 inches, at least according to that bin that I just took a measurement from. I'm just going to leave my phone with me for a while. I'm just going to get my other devices. I mean, I've got tons of devices. I'm just going to grab my actual camera here to record some of this for future presentation, because after the fact we'll be making videos like we do during any real event that we do. We did it with the Scotland flooding last year. We've done it with other events, flooding in Yorkshire, flooding in all kinds of places. We do coverage anytime there's anything significant going on. In fact, the last time we were out anywhere was during thunderstorm chasing on August the 1st. Riding along with us was the Sunday Times, so that was interesting. And they did a little feature on us for that. And right now we are snowbound. Once again, if you've just joined us, my name's Nathan Foy. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. I am currently in Buxton, which is clearly getting quite a bit of snow right now. We've been driving around a fair bit. We had some signal problems earlier when we were on the way to Buxton from Macclesfield. We started getting pretty snowy just on the edge of Macclesfield. Just check we've still got good battery on this. Yep. Once we were on the edge of Macclesfield, then we went up into the hills. It started snowing a lot more, a lot like this actually. Very low cloud bank, which meant it looked like whiteout conditions, but it was actually just fog. And then we were through very treacherous conditions for a while on those roads, and then things got better again. as we came back down here. It was -2 up there. Right here now it is currently -1, and as we've just used our measuring stick on that bin lid, currently 1.5 or maybe 1.4 inches accumulation here. Just taking a few more pictures here. We got to do our little bits and pieces here for our social media and everything else, so I'm just going to stay quiet for a sec. Alright, I've been out here for long enough, I think. I'll be heading back in just a sec. I know, it's getting all over my face as well. Alright, time to get back in. Hopefully the signal's kept whilst I've been doing that. Apologies if not. My gosh, it's cold. Going to leave you there for a little minute here whilst I get back sorted out here. Definitely snowy. It is all over me. There goes another piece of equipment. Okay. Wow, cold, 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 cold. Alright, let's see if you've got any comments and questions for us right now. There's quite a lot at this time. I will get through them in just a sec whilst we continue to sit here for a while. And then I'll take you back down into Buxton, and we'll probably just be toing and froing around there because I'm a bit scared to travel too far out of Buxton. Not necessarily because of the conditions, but because I'll lose signal. I know, right? Very selfish of me, but there's still quite a few nice shots to be had in Buxton. There's some Christmas trees there in town on some of the traffic islands. There's a lorry going up there. I mean, the road gets, I've been on this road a little while ago, it gets a little bit higher up. It was foggy that day as well. I fully imagine that it's a black spot up there, so we're going to stick around here for a bit. I'll go up a little bit just to see if it's any worse up there, but in general we're going to be sticking around here. Let's take some comments and questions, and you can start your message with Force 13 UK and Ireland all in text. I just saw someone say it's sunny in York. Okay, alright. And quite a few people reporting stuff. Once again, this is Buxton. Snowing in Bolsover, says Diane, and I forget exactly where Bolsover is. I feel like I should know. Chris says it's snowing in Stoke, but not sticking yet, quite light. Stoke is really a big barometer as to what, when we were looking at it, whether if it snows in Stoke, then that means areas further east there is going to get a lot more snow, basically. So that's interesting to hear. Snowing in Nottingham, apparently. And snowing everywhere in the UK but never London. That's not quite true. There's a lot of places where it doesn't usually snow. Trying to sleet in Lytham St Anne's. That's interesting. That's on the coast. And once again, this isn't Lincoln, this is Buxton on the edge of Derbyshire. Snowing in Widnes apparently, and again that is quite an area that I wouldn't expect to see snow so early in the night, that is. I think we'll see snow in a lot of these places overnight, but I'm surprised it's happening so soon there, and that again might be a taste of things to come throughout the night. If it really starts sticking in these places, then we could be looking at a big snow event overnight. Apparently rain in Leicestershire. Apparently rain in Nottingham as well. So someone's saying snow, someone's saying rain. Mansfield snow, sleet. Is it rain or snow in Manchester? I don't know. Maybe we could go have a look later tonight. Snow in Salford apparently. We'll probably end up going down the A6 when we're done in Buxton, so we'll probably end up going into Manchester in the end, especially if it overperforms. And some more interesting questions right there. Apparently temperature rising in Hampshire, according to one of our members who is running the account tonight. And snow in Draycott, Staffordshire, and raining in Wolverhampton, raining in Norfolk. Okay, let's move back down. Well, first of all, I'll just see if I can get a bit further up this hill, just to see how things are looking there now. But again, I'm only going to go as far as the signal will I think that's very far. This road has been ploughed. I saw them about 20 or 30 minutes ago. Really, it's just more of the same, to be honest, just dark. So in a second, once these cars go by, I will turn around. We get to see a lot more under the street lights. It's don't really want to turn in the middle of a major road, but I guess it's safe, there's no one around. Oh, you see that then? I skidded a little bit there. Yep, I'm definitely skidding a bit. Lowest temperature that I've clocked so far, -2, and that was on one of these hills coming in. Now we're going drifting back into Buxton again. A little bit. Swing back into town and take another view at Buxton. But very interesting to hear everyone's conditions where you are right now, and I'm sure you're very happy to be indoors. I mean, I'm sort of envious of that. It is freezing out here. Down that residential street again, and it goes to the other side of town, and then we'll jump back into Buxton and then take a look at those Christmas trees again, and see if there's any other ways. We might even go up towards the other side of town, give you something else to look at here. But keep sending your comments and questions, and I'll do my best to take a look at them. Saying it looks so much like Christmas. Wow. Well, it does a little bit with them trees. You'll see those trees again. If you want like a Christmas feel to it, then you'll definitely see that in a few minutes when we get down there. Dominic says that he hasn't seen any gritters in Kidderminster. Well, Kidderminster, it will get chilly there, but I don't think you're going to see very much in the way of snow. Certainly not. Maybe sleet at a push, but Kidderminster, I don't think so. I thought I turned those off. Okay. It's me battling the wipers all night tonight. That was back up that hill, so probably a little bit more up there. But apart from our stream here, of course, in the chat, I mean, it's good to keep each other informed about what's going on as well. So once again, I certainly encourage people to let others know what your conditions are, and I don't know, it might be some kind of service to someone. Especially if you know anything about road closures or things like that. That would be particularly important news. Of course, it is getting late, so I doubt that many people are going to be impacted. Though, of course, if it persists into the morning, then that's obviously where we're going to start to see some real issues. Hearing earlier, a lot of places in the northwest, my area, Manchester and towards the Mersey estuary, snow in those places. I was interested to hear that. So if I hear a few more reports about snow in like the Manchester area, then I'll probably retreat back to Manchester and take a look around there for a while. But certainly at the minute we're staying up in Buxton. Turning here. Your left. See all swirling around there. On some of those hills when we were up there, it was quite exposed, windy at times. We missed it because the signal went out when I was negotiating some of those very windy, slow, steep roads on the way in here. And I'm certain that there are going to be real issues over there overnight. But, you know, if it was an emergency and you've got to get from Buxton to Macclesfield, what can you really do? see one or two thicker flakes here. And I'm not much of a Christmas addict, but these trees are beautiful that they've got here. In Matlock, I'm definitely not surprised to hear that just down the road from here. That little courtyard there was beautiful. I'm going to get some pictures of that as well. Go in there. I don't think I can actually. Oh well. There was no one here at least. I'm just going to step out for a few seconds and capture some you know, for my photo collection, some of these lights in the snow. I'll be just a tick. Once again, it's very hard to see road markings, so I'm not sure if this is a one-way street. I didn't see any no entry signs, but everyone's facing against me, so I'm gonna turn around. This is Force 13 UK and Ireland Live. We are currently in Buxton, on the edge of the Peak District. Let me see if we can get some more questions right now. Apparently it's clear so far near Brecon. Now I'm sure Brecon regularly gets snow in winter, but I don't think this one will be for you tonight. Skelmanthorpe, snowing there, and pardon my ignorance, I don't know where that is. Alien Tenno says, everyone make sure you have supplies, blankets, etc. in your cars. We did pack as well here, just in case. A179 at Sutton Bank is reopened. There's suspended works there due to the weather forecast, apparently, according to one of our guys, Lysander. Nice to hear from you. Mick says it's dry as a bone in Sunderland, just cold. And Max says something similar actually. If it snows in York, it will stick well, very, very dry and cold. Apparently snowing in Nottingham. KP says snowing for about 2 hours, but not sticking. Trevor, you're not gonna fool me with that one. Apparently saying really deep snow in Bournemouth. Good luck with that. You're going to get some strong winds tonight though. Birmingham just rain. Amanda says snow spotted in Birkenhead. Again, another area around the Mersey. very surprised to see snow there already. Whether it's sticking or not is another matter. And snowing in Rochdale. Ice cold rain in Wolverhampton. We never get snow down here, says Carry On. And rain in London. We're expecting that, really. Rain in those more southerly places. Apparently snowing in Lincoln. Okay then. We are going to have a quick look up to the top of what road is that? Well, you'll see it in a minute. We're going to go up that road that goes up a big hill, but we're not going to go too far because we might lose the signal. Mirror's getting fully snowed as well. Okay, we're going to go this way now. Back we were when we got out and took that snow measurement. We'll probably do the same again in a few moments' time and see if that accumulation has increased. Earlier it was 1.4 inches, and I'll take that same bin lid and let's see what the accumulation is this time. We'll just turn right here for a sec and see how things are, because this road goes up a really big hill, so it might be quite snowy at the top of it. Again, we're around the Buxton area at this time, in the Pennines region, Peak District, not far from. I can definitely imagine that if this road isn't gritted, which it is at the minute, but if it hadn't been, going down this hill would be something to behold, I'm pretty sure. That is quite a hill. I'm not going to go too far on this road because again it enters a signal black spot, but we'll just keep going a little while here. About the furthest we'll go. Apparently snowing in Bolton, too wet to stick. I was pretty much, I'm not really surprised by that, considering that it's been raining in the lead up to this over there. I'd be interested to see what it's like up towards Winter Hill though, and some of those hills around there. We may even end up there later on because that's not far from me. Alright, I'm just going to turn around now. There's an interesting point, Matt. Perhaps we should have had Buxton in the title, but we never actually know where we're going until we get there, usually, on our chases. And we never know when we're going to move again and end up somewhere completely different. And unfortunately, I have very, very limited abilities to control the stream info whilst I'm out in the field. But sure, this is the Buxton area once again. And we're going to venture back in now, and we're going to go back out towards the right and go up towards that measuring point that I did before, and we're going to measure the accumulation again, because it is still snowing very much. Well, actually not quite as much just now, but still at -1 Celsius here. I am still wondering about heading towards, you know, the Manchester area, places like Staley Bridge, Oldham, Bury, Bolton, a little bit later on. From what I've heard though, it's still a bit wet over there, so I'm not sure about heading back up there yet. The road conditions are still okay on most of these major roads around Buxton. Though I must say right now it looks like the well, no, every time I think about saying it, it starts snowing a bit more again. It just seems to be a little bit more intermittent here. Main roads, the A53. I've seen 2 ploughs on this road alone so far, so they're doing it. No snow in Essex apparently. No, you're not going to see any snow in Essex, I'm afraid. These trees around here as well, they look beautiful. All very snowy. So this event is going to go on all night in a lot of areas. It's going to be interesting to see whether it actually has or will live up to its expectations. There's been twists and turns to the forecast all the way through. The latest was that the worst conditions, or some of the snowier conditions, would be spreading further south than expected. I will just check the Met Office in a second to see their latest info, and I'll let you know what they're saying. Oh, that's bumpy. But yeah, with time getting on, I'm probably going to start driving back towards the Manchester area when we're finished measuring up here. And that means there might be a brief period where we lose the signal for a bit. There is nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. But that's in a little while yet. Gonna take my spot, isn't he? Oh no, he's just turning around. Okay, well, this is where we were before. Let's see if the accumulations have increased at all on that bin. I don't know why I chose the bin, but I did. I'll just see if I can catch up to some more comments in the moment. At the moment, light snow in Moulton. My friend Lysander over there. Snowing in North Nottingham, quite high elevation. Grey Crag says a car slid off the road on the A54 at the Cat and Fiddle Junction. It's not far from here as far as I recall. Snowing in Staley Bridge Centre, but it's too wet to stick on the ground. It's trying to stick to car roofs. And is there likely to be snow in South Staffordshire Cannock? Probably not that far south. And some colourful comments there as well. Okay, let's do some more measurements then here, and I'm gonna put my woolies back on again and I'll take you outside. Where did my other glove go? Okay, let's unscrew you again here. That's the problem with dismounting this camera, it can take a little while. This is just 22 miles from Stoke, according to that sign in front of us. And a few of you are watching there tonight. But I'm certainly going to go and investigate some other hills on the way home, and we'll keep rolling live coverage as we do that. Certainly the ones closer to where I live in the Bolton area. is that will be quite interesting. Just unplugging everything. Everything's such a faff when you're wearing layers. Right, let's go and investigate that snow accumulation again, and once again how quiet this area is. It's great when there's no noise. In fact, one way to tell if there's been very much additional snow before we even go and measure, here's my footprints from earlier. And they've been filled in a little bit, haven't they? So let's go and investigate and take out my measuring stick. I'll also measure the road surface too. But first of all, let's check this bin. Before it was 1.4 inches, and now it is 1.8 or 1.9 maybe, at least 1.8 inches there, according to that bin. Let's check the road surface in front of me. Here. That is not so much, only about half an inch there. And that's probably going to be more of a realistic number as a general average. But for some reason on that bin, a lot has accumulated. 1.8 inches. And you can see some vehicles coming down from the hills. And this looks pretty thick here, there's all this grass. Let's just check over here what we're looking at right now. In this particular area there, it differs on exactly what surface, but that is 2 inches dead there in the grass. So the bin, people have got loud cars around here. The bin 1.8, the grass there 2, and you did a burnout there in front of us. How interesting. And on the road surface only half an inch, but of course I suppose there's been a bit of gritting. We've got lights out and everything. So they're up to a few tricks, clearly. And it is definitely a chilly night, -1 degrees, and still a fair amount of snow. I mean, quite a lot of it coming down. They're still going at it down there. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm sure they'll have fun as long as it. Well, I don't want to speculate how that might end, but there we have it. I'll put my tape measure back. So again, it depends on what surface is being measured, but if you were to average all that out, I suppose you could say clearly an inch, maybe 1.5 inches, when all is said and done. But certainly some of the places that we're treading on getting towards 2 inches. Just looking out over there, not much to see, it's just a field. All right, I'm going to hop back in here and I'm just going to take a few more pictures and video for my post-event stash. So I'm just going to set you down again there. Hopefully the signal prevailed on that as well. Just let the light go for a bit there. So I think we're going to finish in Buxton now, and in a few minutes we're going to start heading back towards Manchester. And we're going to hang out in that area. We're going to try and get towards, say, places like Staley Bridge. Someone was there in the chat earlier talking about Staley Bridge, although it wasn't really sticking, I think. And someone was also talking about well, Bolton earlier as well, but we'll also check out like the Oldham area. We're just gonna like be on the edges of all those hills to see how things are looking in those areas, places that I can keep hold of my signal. and then we're going to go, maybe we'll chance it up Ribington, but we'll see how things are. That is pretty treacherous at the best of times, so that might not happen, but we'll see how things go. Just tearing us back in here. Hope you're enjoying the coverage tonight at any rate. This is Buxton right now in the Peak District, where we've gotten substantial snowfall. So far amounting to around maybe 2 inches maximums at the moment, and it is increasing. Apparently the Cat and Fiddle is now closed. So certainly the way things are. And also we've got to be mindful about potential road closures later tonight too. So it might be wise to get out of the area. But whether it's wise or not, we are going to go back towards Manchester area after I just capture a couple more pictures from my window. And I know my team are watching right now, so I'm just going to send them a video that I've just done and see if I can get them to do socials for me. Oh my God. I was trying to write hashtags on my phone and it decided to correct it to ashtrays. Excellent. According to some, it is snowing over in Bolton, so interesting. We'll end up heading back there eventually. Matt says it's a good stream, and what device am I using? Well, you're saying it's good right now, but it's quite dodgy with signal sometimes. It can be a pain, but this is actually a GoPro 11. Another ploughing truck goes by there. So we're going to see what we can find as we head back down now towards the Manchester area. We're going to hop onto the A6 eventually, and then just trying to make sure that I don't enter any black spots. We're going to eventually end up towards the Manchester area, maybe Marple, might go to Marple, or we'll eventually go up towards, how far up is Staley Bridge? Oh, it's over there. So we'll probably go to Mottram, Staley Bridge, up towards, well, Oldham, but the areas around Oldham, the hillier areas, and then we'll maybe get towards Bolton Bury. By the way, I don't know if you can see my wing mirrors right now, but I think we're going to have to oh dear. Okay, here we go then. We're going to head back down through Buxton one more time, and then we're going to leave this beautiful place behind and head back down towards the cities. But once again, we just caught close to 2 inches snow accumulation there at the top of this hill. 50 millimeters, 5 centimeters. And it's still only 9 o'clock. I say only. This is an all-night event, guys. All night for a lot of these places. Petrol station's still open if anyone who's watching locally needs to go. We haven't really spoken about how quite unusual this is. It's quite unusual to have a big snow event like this so early in the season, here in the UK at least. It's November 18th. Could be looking at some significant amounts, and it's probably the most we've seen in November since 2010. I was also looking at computer models a few nights ago. I don't know if they're still saying it, I'm not sure they are anymore, but a few days ago some models were suggesting that parts of the Scottish Highlands could go down to -12 this weekend and -16 the next weekend, and I thought, oh my goodness, November, that must be a record. But believe it or not, it isn't. In 2010 some places got down to -17 in November, so certainly not unheard of, but it is unusual to have this kind of event quite early on in the winter season. And there may be more on the way this coming week. We've heard all about it next week as well. Could be more snow impacts, but if there are, we might be out in the field again taking a look at it. Of course, running back side by side with this stream, we've got our roof cam back in Greater Manchester. I'm not sure what it's looking like on that right now. I imagine it's probably still, maybe it might be snowing, but it'll be wet and not sticking. It was raining earlier when I left at 5:30. It was just less than 4 degrees, so clearly too warm over there. Here right now it's -1. I briefly saw -2 on the way into Buxton from the A537 up on that hill there. It says it's dry at Forsterton HQ. Okay. I'm surprised. Dry? Really? Probably raining. Oh, I've just driven past someone's house. Oh, you know what? I didn't bring any Forsterton key rings. I'm trying to get into this habit on my storm chases or whatever. You know, if you come out and give us a wave, you throw a hand deliver a Forsterton keyring or something. I don't know. But anyway, it was nice seeing you, and hope you enjoy this snowy weather here in Buxton. Down to the Christmas trees again. These are beautiful, and it's a great idea. Lovely multicoloured, obviously even better in the snow. Very, very pretty. Yeah. Is it this way? I think yes, it's this way. hill, probably about half an inch an hour at least, accumulating. It's certainly less down here. Buxton in a bit of a valley, and I'm noticing the rate of the snow and the thickness of it falling, the size of the flakes, is smaller down here as well. Obviously it's worse on the hills. We're getting onto the A6 in a little while, and then we're going down back towards Manchester. We may lose signal, don't be alarmed. If we do, we try and get it back as soon as possible. Sometimes technology is awful and it could be a fair amount of time, but if you just leave us running, as soon as the feed comes back, you'll be there. Right, this is it for us, isn't it? A6. So we're now starting on that route back to Manchester, but we'll also be checking out the Stockport area, Staley Bridge, Oldham, maybe up to Bury, definitely around Bolton as I get closer to my house. We'll be looking at all of those places as we drive by tonight. Well, once again, currently this is Buxton in the Peak District, and I think it's Derbyshire. I've not had confirmation on that. I think we're just about in Derbyshire. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Quite a lot of snow here as well. Quite steamed up again. From the street lights, so it can sometimes be easier to spot snow. Of course, during the day it tends to have a bit of a bluey tinge as well, snow, but by night it tends to make the night sky a lot lighter. Well, not the night sky, but the clouds. So we're out of Buxton now. We're heading back northwest up the A6 towards Chapel and Frith, and then on towards Stockport, and we're going to cut through to Staley Bridge and Mottram as well. We're going to Mottram. junction for Chesterfield, down that road off to the right. It's quite actually. Again, our signal might get a bit bad somewhere along here. So far is if you want snow, go to Buxton. There's still a fair bit here, but not as nice as it looked up there. Here as well now. southwesterly. We're in Buxton earlier. This looks decidedly less snowy. Not to worry, we will be going towards some more of those hills before we finish up. Chasing. If you want to see how things looked in Buxton earlier, scroll back through the video. We'll also put together a highlights package when the event is over. You can take a look back at what we captured, but certainly a very snowy scene in Buxton tonight. And when we were leaving there about half an hour ago, it was accumulations getting up to about 2 inches now. This area isn't quite so bad, to be honest. There's no snow really. We are below freezing, and I mean, nothing's really fallen. Locations, and we are going to go and investigate, partly because I don't want to stay in Buxton all night, and also because we might get sealed in a worst case scenario. I doubt it really. The gritters seem to, and the snow plow Cheshire. This is Disley. Relatively quiet now. certainly no snow here in Disley. We are eventually going to be moving up towards, we're going to go up to Mottram. See how things are over there. Talking really about the western edges of the Pennines that were up to 0. I know the last few miles haven't been very good for signal. I think we're through most of the worst signal areas now. I think we've survived, so we're still trucking along here. This is the A6. We're getting here now. Cut through, we're going to turn right along one of these roads, and then we're going to go up to Mottram, on towards Staley Bridge, towards Oldham, and then maybe up to Bury, probably up to Bury, then towards Bolton and some of those hills nearby. Let's see how things are looking up there. Stay tuned, because I think there might be, I don't know for sure, but there might be 1 or 2 surprises up them hills. I'm still seeing a few little bits that are snowy on the ground here, but there's really not very much. It's not much has happened here so far. We're currently at 0 degrees still. The lowest that we've had so far, -2. Like I said earlier, just about reaching 2 inches of snow accumulation on near Buxton when we were. It's sort of snow here, but it's not really. The road is quite wet, so it's not really going to stick here right now. But let's not forget, this is an all-night event for a lot of these places tonight. I don't know if it will ever start sticking here. It will certainly help once it goes below freezing, which it probably will. isn't really it. It is starting to turn more and more wet right now. I'd say it's sleet at the minute. I think it's quite unlucky because it's 0 degrees and you're still only getting sleet here. Left there is the start of the A555, which takes you straight to Manchester Airport from here, entering Hazel Grove. Look at that, that's turning much more rain. We'll try and find the snow again. We'll try and find it. Snow and ice, it says. Manchester Airport. We're going to turn right in a second, which is going to take us, I don't know where it takes us. Red. Is that my lane? Again, I don't know how signal is on this stretch, so do beg my pardon if we lose it for a brief moment or if it gets very wonky. That's just how things are, I'm afraid. We're going back uphill again here, so we might get some, might turn back towards snow again. We're riding that line pretty close. And once again, if you do want to see the snow that we saw earlier, just roll back through the stream, see what it's like. And probably now we were leaving that point, so good. But we are just navigating at the moment to try and find some more areas that are being snowed under right now. So I'm able to take a chat. you've just joined us, we're currently sort of towards the east side of Manchester, heading towards Bredbury and then on to Mottram. See if there's any snow up that way. We were in Buxton earlier where the accumulations are up near 2 inches. When we left it was anyway. If I lived closer I probably would have stayed there for a while longer, but as it is right now we're just going to be moving on towards our next area. Which way am I supposed to be going here? That's right. So I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hopefully tucked somewhere warm. A luxury that I cannot, that is not afforded to me at the moment. I'm not all that familiar with this area, so I'm just checking my maps. Disappointing for a lot of people here because a lot of these places very close to the snow threshold but not quite reaching it, and of course some places getting quite a lot of snow but they had a fair bit of rain beforehand and it's not sticking. That's what many commenters were saying earlier, and once again I can't look at them at the minute because I'm driving around, but as soon as I stop I'll get a few more comments and questions in. It's still sleetish. You can see from the shape of the droplets when they land, there's some ice in there. So as we get towards those West Pennine moors. UK and Ireland Live. We're driving around out east of Manchester. on the foothills of the Pennines. Near them anyway. Temperature's teetering on freezing right now. We're at 0 again here, and it's getting a wee bit snowier. We spent a good while in Buxton earlier on. We had a good up is right, I think. I wasn't planning on going this way during my chase tonight, but hopefully the signal is holding up. Here as well, but not much of it is. Live stream running, showing a live view, probably a much better quality as well, of what's going on at 413 HQ. Caveat is, it's probably not snowing there. If it's not snowing here, it definitely won't be snowing there. Well, we're not too far from Hyde right now. Snow point, sticking to those car roofs there, just a trace on those roofs. It's just right. Came out of nowhere. Up again too in these events as well. Just received a picture from 413 HQ and it's snowing. There is some snow on the ground. I am baffled by that. Just a few minutes after I said if it's not snowing here, it's definitely not snowing there. Well, apparently it is, so full of surprises tonight in my view. A lot of these hillier places haven't really got much snow, not even as much as what we're getting back at our place. roofs do have a bit of snow on them. Certainly nothing like what we saw in Buxton. It's the only thing I can really compare anything to at the minute. I just saw a little bit on those fields over there. They're sort of half and half, green and white. So there's a little bit going on here, but there is still the whole night to go though, let's not forget. We're actually back down to -1 here, so could be getting more snowy now. I'm still seeing some water on the road. There's a big Christmas tree there. To reach Mottram now. The end of the M67 on the way, if we decide to take the Horseshoe Pass, it's that route. Sorry, the Snake Pass. Signal there. I mean, it's hardly the backwater of civilization. There's literally a Tesco and a McDonald's here. So anyway, it appears we're back. And there's a little bit more snow here, that's for sure. Again, we're below freezing again now, -1. Visibility is quite poor, mainly because of all this snow. It is still very fine snow though. Fine granules really, rather than massive flakes. But there sure is a lot of it. Going down this road, it would take you to Glossop, and if you go one way, and Sheffield if you go all the way. And I can't ever remember a time when they've not had temporary traffic lights here. This is Mottram right now, way out east of Manchester. We're going to turn left a little while down this road, and we're going to go into Staley Bridge. And then I reckon we'll take that B road, which will take us over 1 or 2 hills on the way to Oldham. Into Oldham, and then we'll shoot northwards to Rochdale, and over to Bury, over to Bolton. And if it's looking snowy in Bolton, we'll take a look, we'll go up towards Winter Hill. Look at this now, it is coming down a lot more here. A lot snowier here. Yeah, it's getting thicker. It just got quite a bit thicker than it was just a few minutes ago. It's a trend that will be repeated in a lot of places overnight tonight, especially over the Pennines and in Yorkshire. coverage continues on this snowy night in Greater Manchester. So good to have you with us, following along as we take a look at various different locations. And once again, for most places it will be an all-night event. In some places it may still even be snowing by morning. But now we're going to turn left and we're going to go towards Staley Bridge. But much snowier here in terms of actual composition. Yep, those cars fully snowed in there. The windscreens. Again, -1 here. That's tied for the coldest we've had in a town so far. In one of the rural parts of, well, near Buxton, it was briefly -2. Oh, it looks horribly iced up here. Look at this. Most places we go through will have good signal now, but you can never be too sure. So once again, just bear with us if we do lose it for a brief moment. Good rule of thumb is the stream's never over until I say goodbye. So if it does cut out for a while, you'll know that we'll be back. To Staley Bridge, quite an elevated road, this first part, and so I imagine, well, it clearly is an area that's had quite a bit of snow. I keep pressing the wrong button. I'm trying to manually do the wipers, but I keep pressing the water. The hill now, we're going back down again towards Staley Bridge. Plenty of snow and ice here. Trees look great. Talking pretty fine margins between distance here as well. Just a few, I mean really just there it was 2 miles separating rain of 1 Celsius with snow and -1. I get the impression there's going to be quite a few places that are going to be unlucky tonight. vaguely know Staley Bridge. Briefly spent a few times there in my past. Quite a few hills there. Some roads that go up very steep hills. See if we can take a look at some of those. I did once have to really run to catch the train back home from the train station here. Thankfully it was all downhill to get there. Obviously not the best night for being in an emergency either. These conditions can be treacherous and they're only going to get worse. You can see the snow again here. It is pretty much fully snow here. Still at -1. Just entering Staley Bridge. Snowy on the windscreens there. We're going to turn right here and go onto some of these local roads. Going uphill, so just no. So we're slowly making way towards Oldham now. Snow's falling. It is only just starting to stick, is my impression here. You can see a bit of snow piled up there on the roadside. Probably by, well, I don't know if a plough did that actually. It didn't seem like there's enough on the ground in the first place, but of course we did see a good bit of snow up there in Buxton earlier on when we were there. Or tomorrow of what we saw. Did a few measurements up there. We got up to Well, the first measurement I did on a bin lid was 1.4 inches, and then the second time around it was 1.8. About just less than an hour between the measurements. On the grass verge nearby, some of that was 2 inches, and I imagine it's the way it's been going, it's probably 3 up there now. We're being blasted with quite a bit of snow here, to be fair. It's just not really sticking very much. Once again, we're at -1, so could be treacherous, could be icy. Road seems fine at the minute, probably because of gritting trucks, but the pavement looks dodgy onto my left here. It's full of ice. This road looks quite interesting on the map. We're going up a hill, I think, so who knows what we might see as we get past this traffic light. We might be here for a couple of moments. Let's see if we've got any other comments that I can take a look at right now. Some very interesting comments, but not many that are worth broadcast. Anyway, stay tuned in. We're going to see if we can find any more snowy areas here. And if you're wondering whether we do this for multiple events, well, we do all kinds of things. Last time, it's been a little while since we did do a live stream. Last time we were out, we were doing storm chasing, thunderstorms back in August. That's when we were joined by the Sunday Times was riding along with us during that event. And on other occasions we've done thunderstorms. We covered the flooding in Scotland last October. That was pretty severe. We covered Cyclone Eunice in 2022 down in Cornwall and Devon. We've covered thunderstorms in East Sussex, West Sussex. We've covered flooding in Cumbria. We've covered flooding in Yorkshire. We've done quite a few things. Snow in Wrexham. That was also early last year. Hoping we can do more of it. Just whenever the events come by, we'll be here for it. Of course, if there's another big snow event that's coming up, which there might well be, and who knows, we might be out there for that as well. But as for right now, we're still here in the eastern part of Greater Manchester, just a stone's throw away from the Pennine Hills. Looking quite snowy on the pavement there, but the road quality is good. -1 degrees here as we reach 10 o'clock. Once again, a reminder, this is going to go on all night for most areas. For parts of Lancashire, let's say, that's going to end there probably about 4 AM, and it will be later on further east. So Yorkshire could be 6, 7, maybe even 8 AM, I'm not sure. So it's a treacherous commute tomorrow morning for some areas. it's just I'm trying to think of the damn word. But let's just say it's just a small covering there on that pavement on our left. Still wet puddles there, even though we're below freezing, that hasn't frozen. The top of the hill keep dropping. Saw the sign there, but we've just entered Oldham now, or the Oldham borough. Just wondering if we might be able to go right. Yes, let's go right. East side of Oldham here, again hillier on this side and clearly snowier. To resemble more what we saw in Buxton again. Nowhere near as much snow here. Not yet. Yeah, the clouds must be really low because we're low visibility. I don't know if that's the snow or the clouds. It's hard to tell. Really, really fine stuff now though. You can barely see it. You can call this sort of like a tour around the very edges of the Greater Manchester urban area. Roads are quite quiet now, of course. One still right now. I mean, you don't know you're in trouble until you're in trouble sometimes. That moment where you realise that you've not got any grip at all. But thankfully that didn't happen, I should add. see if that temperature will go down any further. We're still at -1. Just joined us. This is Lees, a small town just to the east of Oldham. Just exiting Lees now. We're heading towards, I don't know where we're heading towards, but we've gone round Oldham and we're eventually going to probably go to Rochdale, see how things are there. I know a couple of people in the chat earlier reporting snow in Rochdale, and that does not surprise me looking at this here. Certainly building at this location, it seems you're going to get some decent accumulations by morning. But for those who had a lot of rain before the snow arrived, it's going to be tricky to see if the snow actually starts sticking. At this rate, who knows, we might be saving the best till last. I know Winter Hill very well. I know we have signal all the time up there pretty much, so if it's not too dangerous, we will have a look just before. That'll be the last thing we do tonight. We're slowly heading towards there. That's on the other side of Bolton. For those who aren't familiar, we will be there, I don't know, probably in another hour at this rate. But we'll see how things go. Maybe sooner. These are very snowy roads now, though. Just trying to figure out where to go next. I think we will go to Grange Bar and then turn there to go to Shore and then Rochdale. Just got to figure out how to get there. I think we just go to the major junction down the bottom of here. People out and about. Treating the road as well. Lots of those works vehicles out tonight, if that is indeed one, is it? Someone out with it. Yep. And they are certainly required tonight in surprising to see such a winter event this early in the season. I don't know if anyone's watching from abroad thinking early, it's not early. It is for here really. Certainly not the earliest by a long stretch, but usually we tend to see this kind of stuff sometimes December, more January, February. sure if the signal will hold, but we'll see how it does. It's always my big worry here, more than anything else. I'm more worried about losing signal and getting stranded in this. But we're going up towards shore eventually, and then into Rochdale, and then onto Bury, and then onto Bolton, and then onto Winter Hill, Rivington. Some people taking it very easy. Very, very easy. That'd be great. Seesaw says put a map on the screen to figure out where we are. I don't know how to do that, quite honestly. I can do telemetry after the fact, but I don't actually know how to do telemetry during a stream. If anyone has the technical know-how and would like to help us with that, please get in touch. But certainly getting quite snowy here. We are just northeast of Oldham, Greater Manchester. Eventually we'll be heading towards Rochdale, and I figured this one would be quite hilly, this road, and clearly is quite a lot of snow here. Not as much as what we saw in Buxton, but it's starting to get a bit competitive towards that. Quite a bit of it on the sides of the road there. Road itself, just these car tracks, vehicle tracks. We're going straight, we're going straight. Ooh, that was very wobbly. That was very wobbly, that section there over that junction. So we are down to pretty slow speeds now. Still quite a lot of people about actually in this area, in cars. You see hazard lights up ahead. Are people struggling up this hill perhaps? I think they might be. People are struggling up the hill. I wonder if we'll even get up here. I mean, it's a fair gradient, but well, we don't really know how bad it is till we get up there, but certainly someone was in difficulty. Wherever that car was that had the hazard lights appears to be gone, must be coming back down, and I guess the rest of us will take a have at it. They're doing something up there. So this is the first instance of someone getting stuck, I think. again, we're sort of on the hills on the edge of Oldham, northeast, on the road between Oldham and Denshaw, and people are struggling up the hill. Probably need to give it a bit of a run up. I mean, this guy's struggling in front of us. He's not even at the worst part yet. It certainly is a little bit, it's quite dicey. I've seen worse, but it's not great. I see lots of lights up there in the distance. I'm not sure if we'll get up just because there's people in the way. Just wondering if there's another way round. I don't think there is. Oh, it's a very long way around. I'm surprised it hadn't been gritted better, this road, though. It is an A road. But people clearly having trouble here. But I don't know what they're actually doing. Someone's trying to turn round now. This is very exciting, isn't it? Oh dear. So there's one, he's turned. I don't know where he's going. This is live right now. Chaos on this road near Oldham, where people aren't able to get up this hill. The road is a bit dicey, but again, I don't know how it is up there, but we're managing on this section, so we're going to try it if we can. It's taking forever to turn around. Still at -1 here at present, and again it's hardly massive flakes, very fine stuff coming down. Another car up there as well. I want to try and give it a run up if you can, to be honest, because if you're going from a standing start, it's just so much harder. That guy is going up there really, really slow. No, he's struggling. But that's what's going to happen if you go from a standing start. I'm giving a little room here so I can do a bit of a run up when it's my turn, if we get that far. But no, the guys behind seem to be doing okay. And they seem to be doing okay. There's another car at the top of that who's stuck. So are we ever going to get past all that? Or are they just going really, really slowly? Look at that, you see the zigzag of the tyres on here. But we're not having much difficulty at the minute. I don't know what's up with this car, but the rest of us seem to have done it just fine. But we are sort of stuck here now, if they can't make it up. Oh well. And then you get that impending thought of someone's brakes are going to fail or something. It's just going to come down like bumper cars all the way down this hill. There's one or two videos like that, viral videos in certain places where vehicles just completely losing it down a hill, like buses and everything. Probably got a little too close to this guy, to be fair. I don't know what they're all doing now. But yep, this is Force 13 UK9 Live. We're continuing to look in certain different ways at the snow, whether we are out putting measuring sticks into it, which we did earlier, or whether we're trying to find different snowy areas. We've never been stuck in traffic, but we are right now because someone is struggling, really struggling up this hill. I can't see them that they're going to succeed. I don't know what they're doing now. No one's doing anything, it seems. Oh, someone's out of the car and they're standing. What are they doing? Someone's standing in the middle of the road doing something, and the gritting vehicle's coming down the road now. Or a plough. Oh yep, he's ploughing. It's good to see quite a lot of these on the roads tonight. But someone's definitely struggling to get up here, and it's not us. We're waiting for them, waiting for a clear path up this hill. This guy's going round us. We're gonna have to do that then. The rules are out the window then, aren't they? I'm not cheeky enough to do that, but, well, that guy's doing it, so I guess I will. Because this guy here, he's just unable to move. But the rest of us seem to be taking it just fine at the minute. I've not even felt the car slip once on this hill, so I don't know what their problem was. But there's a few vehicles that have struggled here. But no, it feels pretty smooth to me. Anyway, that was that. Poor bugger. Poor wipers. I don't know what's slowing us down now. Another person maybe. Hill's leveled off a bit. I'm not actually seeing as much snow falling here, but again, very fine particles though. We are still below freezing, so it's icy. And people are moving. He's gone for an overtake. It's this car that's been slowing us down again. The road still feels pretty sound. Now, we may be getting a little bit out of the residential areas in a sec, so I don't know how we will. Going to a little bit further up here. Does it on these stretches that have been mostly untreated, and try not to brake. Oh, what a very apt sign that is. Ice. Just the second time tonight, we've dropped down now to -2. -2. See a bit of it blowing there. Going to be area, so I'm just going to pull in and get a little video of that. Turn it around on this little road here. Just see if I can catch some of that blowing snow. Sort of blowing. Just wait for this guy to clear the area. Hear the wind as well a little bit there. I saw you couldn't see much on the stream, but I've just did a little bit of filming there. Alright, we're dipping down into shore now, which is just off to our left, and this is probably an even less treated road. The road is open because there's no lights flashing. That can't be good news. This road. So again, we just take it easy here. Look at that. Quite dramatic effect there of the wind. There. Someone walking up here. Attention with that gritter going by, but we just about kept it. it's getting quite late, so I'm not sure exactly what route we're going to take at the minute, but I do want to probably still be quite fast at this time of night since there's hardly any traffic left. I hope you're enjoying the snow coverage tonight in any case. That we're keeping you company. It's actually pretty much stopped here at the minute for now. -2. All these vehicles very much snowed up, all their windows and windscreens. Let's see what... Oh, people are saying... Matthew said the snow coverage is awesome. Pleased to hear it. And that we're doing a fantastic job. That's fantastic. We do realistically do. Try and visit as many places as possible to do with the event whilst we're out. So we're coming up towards Milnrow and Rochdale. We'll go to Rochdale and then we'll go to Bury and then to Bolton and then to Winter Hill and then we'll call it a night. That's, I think, what we're going to do tonight. We have been on the road since 5:30, so it's been a fair while now. Really, but absolutely subscribe. We might have, will have more on any events. Like I said earlier, we've done quite a few different kinds of coverage over the years. The first time we ever went out live streaming in the field though was in Cumbria in 2021 for flooding. And then it was Windstorm Eunice in early 2022. And that year we did a few storm chases, thunderstorms and the like. And then last year we did snow coverage in North Wales, and we ended up going to Macclesfield after that as well. And then we went up towards Disley. We ended at Disley that time. And then we were flooding with that massive flooding event that happened last autumn in Scotland. So we have been all around the country. And sometimes when we either can't or don't chase out in the field and an important event, we'll do studio coverage, talking all about it and giving you the latest as well. Closing in on Rochdale now. Just about to cross the motorway. Rochdale because we get a few higher roads, higher elevation, probably get to see more. And you never get to see anything on the motorways anyway. They're all very well kept, as they should be, of course. Scotland. Last week I was actually up there in Scotland. Some of the road markings over there are dreadful in the city town. Things that here, that happens all the time over there. Probably in any city really, but so if you just joined us, we're on the edge of Rochdale, coming through Rochdale now. It's wet, it's properly gritty. -1, the snow on the side there, snowy. The worst place so far, Buxton. We left it at and Oldham, near Oldham, just northeast there, that we saw just about 20 minutes ago. We were stuck behind vehicles that were unable to up that hill, but we've gone through that now. So we're just going around the edge of Rochdale on the faster road, Kingsway. Once we get our green light. I do love driving late at night though, when it's very empty out. It's something that I think everyone should do once in a while, because you actually get to, you know, all these roads that usually are always rammed, you never get to actually drive like you want to because you're being slowed down by people. Although you can never stop those traffic lights. Looking on the sides here, not that snowy here in Rochdale, but a little bit. Certainly all those roofs have a fair bit on them. You can always tell who's had the heating on as well, or who's got poor insulation. But definitely a cold night, -1, and as I was saying much earlier on tonight, some places up in North Yorkshire, North Lancashire, Cumbria kind of area, probably getting down to about -4 tonight. And we're talking about southern parts of Scotland, the borders, Lanarkshire, that kind of area. We're looking at -5 or -6 tonight. Very, very cold up north, further north. And various snow showers as well creeping in from the north as well in northern Scotland tonight. Aberdeenshire, Caithness and Sutherland. They'll be getting some snow showers throughout the night as well tonight, but not as persistent as what we're seeing down here. I say persistent, but not that heavy, is it? in most of these places that we've been through, it's not been very heavy, but it's persistent. Oldham though, not all that much to see here in Rochdale. I'm a little bit surprised because we're quite up in the hills here, but not seeing much. So we're going to move on over to Bury and see how things are over there, and then to Bolton. I have no idea when we'll be wrapping up this stream, hopefully before midnight. Right? Don't want to be out too late. Say go to Blackburn. We're not going to go that far this late on. I might have done if it was earlier in the night, but I'm staying quite close to my home base here in Greater Manchester. But we will be looking at some of those hills, Winter Hill especially. We're going to have a little look at that and see if we can get up there and how far. We'll be calling it a night. That's still a little ways away yet. One of those lanes disappearing from me. We want this one. So quite a few hills, sort of hilly-ish places up along this stretch as well, so we might see some more interesting scenes. But this area is looking comparatively wet from what we were looking at before. Still 1 degree below. Quite snowy there on the sides of the road. Little grassy areas. 13. We're taking a look at lots of different places tonight across Greater Manchester primarily. We're now towards Bury, but still the leader really tonight from what we've seen, Buxton. Very interesting views. You might still be able to watch that part back. It was about 3 hours ago now. We'll also be packaging a highlights package a little bit later on, or whenever we get the time, either late tonight or tomorrow. Fair bit of in Worth now, 1.5. 1.5. I've not been anywhere yet that's above freezing that's getting snow. Of course it happens, but I've not seen any such place yet tonight on my travels. Apparently leak to Buxton Road is bad right now, just came over it. We were at the start of that road earlier on, and I am not surprised in the slightest. 2 inches as we were leaving just over 2 hours ago now. Clouds up ahead. Could that be a sign that we're entering a snowier area again here? We'll find out in a little while here. All these cars though certainly got lots of snow on them on our left. We're now reaching Haywood. This is Haywood. Pressing on here, just coming up on 11 o'clock, -1 still where we are. This is Haywood on the way to Bury. From there it's a short hop to Bolton, and then we'll check out Winter Hill. I reckon it might be, elevation appears to have made a big difference tonight, so there could be quite a bit up there. far as temperature is concerned, we probably won't see it drop much more in places that are getting snow. It tends to stay pretty close to freezing when you get snow. Once again, we are still at -1. We briefly got -2 earlier when we were in... Where were we now? On our way to Oldham, I think it was. Briefly got -2 again. Trying to get more snowy again now, more falling I should say. It was a period there where it wasn't really dropping very much at all. But we seem to be heading back into more snow again now. This is another area that may be somewhat exposed on our way down to Bury. But it's been treated well. So the conditions are fairly good. Conditions around here are all pretty much same as each other. Looks like the precipitation rate is increasing a bit though, again. I know I'm not always able to look at the comments, certainly not recently because I've been moving a lot, but keep your observations coming in because even if I can't see it, it might be useful to others in the chat in one way or another, especially if it's about travel information. So this is Bury. Certainly I'm just poking my head into some of those streets that we've gone by, those side streets. They look quite snowy there. The main road doesn't give you as much of a indication because it's been properly treated. But definitely seeing a fair bit of snow in those side streets. puddle. Big puddle there. I don't know if there's any flooding risk. There weren't any flood watches or warnings in this area tonight. There's just a few flood watches, mainly for eastern parts of East Anglia and one or two places along the coast near Portsmouth, Littlehampton I think it was, and parts of the Thames as well in London under a flood watch. But most of the areas under the snow tonight aren't under any flood concerns. Getting quite a bit more snow here right now. Right in the middle of Bury here. Wherever this car's from in front of us, he's been in the snow as well. Bus station off to the right there. And now we're going to continue towards Bolton. I knew which way to go. I hope it wasn't left. Oh, it was. No, it wasn't. No, this is the right way. Fair bit here though as well, and this here, even though the road looks well, that's right, ADY, we're on the A58. I'm pretty sure those moors will be very snowy, but we're not really going to go up any of those. The main reason really is because there's no signal. But we are going to go up Winter Hill because that's one I know pretty well. Well, we'll try. I don't know if we'll look at there. To Bolton now. Bolton, we'll go to Belmont and let's see if we can take on that road that goes around Winter Hill. Snow. enjoying the snow if you are indeed experiencing it wherever you are. I'd be very intrigued to hear the furthest south that the snow has managed to get, because we had a southward deviation on the forecast models today. We were thinking that Derby probably wouldn't get snow, but then it looked like Derby would be getting a lot of snow. So I especially want to hear about Derby and Nottingham, but anywhere further south than that, I'd be really interested to hear if you've got snow. And I suppose conversely further north as well, because the expectations really were dropped anywhere north of around, I don't know, Harrogate and York, I suppose. If you're north of those two places, or if you're in those places and you're getting snow, let us know as well. We're very intrigued to hear about that. There are still a few places up north that will, further north, that will be getting substantial snow, possibly County Durham tonight, or maybe a little bit further south. But North Yorkshire especially, snow predictions really fell for you tonight. Might still get some if you haven't already. Want to hear about it. KJ says snow in Doncaster, heavy snow North Lincolnshire, heavy rain in South Wales and getting milder. That's probably about right for you down there in South Wales. Not on North Skye. You live on Skye? Beautiful place. I'm sure you get that all the time. Bolton around the northern side and then on to Belmont. Then we'll have a little recce of the situation over there, see if we can go around that road around the back of Winter Hill. Maybe, maybe not, I don't. And then after that we'll be pretty much done for the night, I reckon. temperature's not going to change much overnight. To say at the moment. We're just moving along here. Is this my turn? Oh, this is my turn. It didn't look like my turn. Alright, we're going round Bolton now. So again, we're going to end up going towards some more elevated locations here one more time, and it really seems to be making a difference. We are going to investigate. Precipitation much lower here now. I imagine it would have been more earlier, but these will be one of the first places that will stop snow. See of the views as we're going by. Lots of snowy pavements. Making good headway here. This is technically the Bolton Ring Road. hillside, which is much higher elevation. So certainly a fairly snowy picture. Interested in seeing what it's going to be like closer to Winter Hill up there. Pretty much dead ahead of us. We'll see it. Getting very close to those hills now, so we'll be taking a look at that shortly. Snowing in Hull, apparently. Snowing in Hull. Yeah, Hull was going to be a hit and miss place tonight. I'm glad you're getting snow. I think in most places it's probably been a bit more than expected. Although in some of the places that might have been getting the most, it's probably underperformed a bit tonight. There is still, of course, half the night to go, and there's a lot of snow that could still fall in these areas. And by these areas, I'm mainly talking about the Peak District, Yorkshire as a whole, and possibly down into Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire even. Snowy day. There's a few cars behind me. I wonder if anyone's going to jump the light. You never know when they're not working. This one's working. Now this is looking a lot snowier up here. Not surprising, but impressive. Snowy scene. Belmont now. And here you can see it is quite snowy. This road hasn't been treated that well. I'd even bother with that one. That's quite a steep hill. People have been up that, I think. One of the roads up there. Still little bits of snow trickling down here, but not that much. I'm more intrigued to see what these accumulations are around here. Looking at the quality of that other road before, I'm not sure if we're going to take the hill road, but I'm going to have a little look and see what the road quality looks like. Or maybe go up a little bit of it just to that parking area. Let's have a look. -1 here. Is it this? No, it's not there. It's the next one. Very sleepy village here. Okay, at the minute we're going to go to one of these parking areas down here. So, well, let's see how it goes. Scoping it out. Oh, pressed the wrong button again. Pull in here and see if we can do a little snow gauge check. We are out in the sticks here. I'm literally just gonna step out of the car or just open the door and stick the tape measure straight to the ground. And oh dear, lights. Cold, that's for sure. Let's have a little look. Not that much, nearly 1 inch here. Once again, this is round the back of Winter Hill, which is near Bolton, where it's currently -1. Nearly 1 inch, but not as much as it was in Buxton, where it was just about getting on for 2 inches when I left it. Alright, I think we will take on the road if we're very, very careful about it. Have to be very careful about it. No sudden movements, no rapid acceleration or deceleration. That's what you've got to do on these roads. We're -2 now. snowing more up here. Quite a bit more. Now on some occasions I've been over here when it's a little bit snowy, and on the other side of the hill it's much less snowy. If anything, that's what will be the case tonight, or it will just be uniform. There's a massive gradient drop, probably gradient, well, forecasted gradient drop between the snow and the rain on the west side of this hill, which we're about to hit. So we'll see if it's still as snowy on the other side or not. But this is obviously a road to take slowly. And when we're going down the other side, very, very slowly. And after that I'll be heading home, which isn't very far away from here. Probably only 20 minutes. So we'll be wrapping it up pretty soon after we've taken on this hill. On the top side of Winter Hill here. I don't know if many people know about a good while back now, in the 50s, there was a plane crash on Winter Hill in heavy fog. So there can often or sometimes be disaster on this very hill. And the mast itself, I think, was built in 1955 or thereabouts. It was one of the station. Alright, this will be a decent test here before we get the proper hills to see how well we do downhill. Seems okay. Drifting there in front of us as well. This section I really want to take very slow. It can get very dicey here. Get thrown down a pretty steep section of hill into a very sharp right hand turn, and this later we're not taking any chances. Probably could do it faster, but we're not tonight. That's this is the worst part of it, in my view. Right here, this bend. In fact, look at that. Look at those tyre tracks. Someone lost control on that bend there. Very unnatural tyre tracks, but we've made it round fine. That's good. All we have to do is get down this hill and we should be home free. Down into Rivington here. Look at that, squiggly tyre tracks. Someone was really struggling to get up there. That's why I came this way, because the hills going up were less steep. Someone in front of us as well, so that's a good sign. Two little heart in mouth moments there, but we are through, I think. Just got to get just this last stretch. Oh, now we've got cars. Ah, might be stuck here actually. The police are here. Oh, they're all... Ah, no, we bend to the left, I think. We're alright. Oh, we... what they're doing there. Yeah, this is the way we're meant to go, so that's fine. Well, just down here then, because after we come down from here I'll be heading home, and it's not very far home. But we certainly found some interesting observations. We found 2 inches of snow in Buxton, and probably much higher by now. And whilst we were here near Rivington, we saw just less than 1 inch on the ground when I went out with my little measuring stick, well, a tape measure, and had a look at that. So that's pretty much the conclusion of tonight. There's going to be a lot more snow on the way though for many areas tonight, and by tomorrow you might be looking at a different landscape. So whilst the road is calm and whilst we've got decent signal, I think I will do a little outro for you, because pretty much finishing up now. Not much else to see on the way home, so that really concludes our coverage of tonight's snow chase. It was all done in darkness. That's the first time I think we've done a stream in complete darkness. But I think it went off well. We did quite well, I think. Tons of it out there. Obviously there's been a lot to see, but until next time, I think we'll be finishing up here. What an interesting snowy night, very cold, and there might be more to come. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's been great to have you with us tonight, and I'm sure we'll see you again very soon, because there's probably more snow on the way in the near future. Good night.